Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Council's special meeting to interview Public Safety Advisory Board applicants and the Rental Housing Committee applicants. For those joining us in person, please note that due to our hybrid environment, audio and video presentations can no longer be shared from the lectern. Requests to show an audio or video presentation during a council meeting should be directed to city.clerk@mountainview.gov by 4:30 p.m. on the meeting date. Additionally, due to our hybrid environment, we will no longer have speakers line up to speak on an item. Anyone wishing to address the council in person must complete a blue speaker card. Please indicate the name you'd like to be called by when it's your turn to speak and the item number on which you wish to speak. Instructions for addressing the council virtually may be found on the posted agenda. Now, item 2, roll call. City Clerk?
All council members are present except for Councilmember Abekoga.
Item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So now we're on item 4.1, which is the Public Safety Advisory Board and Rental Housing Committee applicant interviews. The purpose of the meeting this evening is for council to interview applicants for 3 openings on the Public Safety Advisory Board and 5 openings on the Rental Housing Committee, and to make a recommendation for adoption at the March 28th, 2023 City Council meeting. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We will take in-person speakers first, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. So I think first we have Hala. You can do it afterwards and come and speak now.
Hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good evening, City Council and City staff. It's so nice to see you all in person. This is, I think, my first time in 4 years, maybe, being present at the council meeting. It's very nice to see you all. I am here tonight to advocate for the appointment of Lee Zhang and Robert Cox to the Rental Housing Committee. And my strong support for these 2 people are for the following reasons. They're both longtime residents of Mountain View. I define longtime resident as 10 years or more. Robert has been living in Mountain View for 28 years, and Lee's been in Mountain View for 22 years. They are both, so they're both longtime residents. They both have been renters for quite a few years in Mountain View, and they both are currently either owners of property or they're landlords, so they would be definitely qualified for this position. They have both served on many community commissions and volunteering positions. Robert, as you know, was on the EPC. He still is on the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association. He was on the Mountain View Historic Association. He's been volunteering and participating with the city affairs for a long time, and the community really appreciates all of the things that he does. Lee, I believe, was part of or led maybe a Chinese committee outreach program that the city had. She's also currently on the Hope's Corner and United Efforts organizations. They both have solid economics background, which will help to bring understanding and balance to the renters' needs and landlords' rights to maintain really a balance between these two needs. And then they're both known to be respectful and collaborative with all folks from the community, from the city staff and the council members. And I'm hoping, and I know they will, strive to be fair in implementing the CSFRA. And so I'm here to strongly support their appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I believe we have another in-person speaker. And if you could please state your name, because I don't have it.
My name is Leona Chu. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
No, it seems like the mic is not on. Can she get tech support?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
We are in business. Okay. My name is Leona Chu, and I've been a resident of Mountain View for over 35 years. And I'm here today to make supporting statements for both Robert Cox and Li Zhang. I've known both of them, and when I read why they want to become members of the Rental Housing Committee, I felt good. They both are sincerely concerned about the well-being of renters in Mountain View, that the CSFRA regulations are implemented, that rents occur within 2 to 5%, and they are both aware, too, of the landlord's needs to get a fair return, to make a profit, to get an income. So I support both of them because I believe both of them are sincerely concerned about renters' well-being for fair rents. Relevant experience. What can I say about Lee? She's a hard worker. She's worked hard as a senior tax manager at Tesla. She's comfortable with statistics. Robert has a PhD in systems engineering. He's comfortable making data-driven decisions. Both of them are compassionate, caring people. They both want the best for tenants in Mountain View. Both of them are against displacement. That has been a cruel happening occurring in Mountain View sometimes. When new apartments are built, old ones are torn down, renters are forced to move out and find new housing. Besides that, Lee has since joined Hope's Corner as a volunteer. She speaks highly of that experience, and yeah, she's learned about the struggles that low-income residents face in meeting or getting fair rents. And Robert, he's been around for many years. He's been part of the Old Mountain View Historical Association. He cares about low-income residents and their ability to get fair rents. So I can't say enough about both of them in terms of their caring for what renters' well-being would be. And I also think both of them are concerned that the landlord makes a decent profit, gets income, and both of them are aware that under the CSFRA regs, old apartments, those built before 1995, really do face major and expensive retrofitting problems. Earthquake upgrade.
Thank you so much, Leona. The time is done. Yes, it is. Thank you, Leona. Are there any more in-person speakers? One more. Sherry Emling.
now? Yeah.
Yes.
I sent you a long email, as you know, so I won't go on and on and on, but both Robert Cox and Lee Zhang are fabulous people and fabulous candidates, and from two different sides. They both rented for quite a while. They're both homeowners. And I think we need balance in this town, and I think that's what they do. They will protect the renters, and they'll protect the homeowners. And I think that's what a city is all about, so that we all work together. We can't be 100% on one side, 100% on the other. As you know, nothing gets done. So they are both very, very bright. They're very involved in this town. They will show up at the meetings, and they will show up in more than one way. They are both very bright. They will have good ideas. They'll follow through. This is their history. So what I say is they are the two top candidates that you have, and I hope you see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for in-person public speakers. Okay, seeing none, we'll switch to our virtual speakers. First, we have Dr. Megan Fraley.
Hi, City Council. Let's see. Okay, there we go. The timer is going. Yeah, so thank you for making this an open process. I'm here to just speak in terms of what I would hope to see tonight in terms of the spirit of these appointments, specifically in terms of the Rental Housing Committee. My hope is that our amazing City Council can really remember what the purpose of the RHC is, which is the implementation of the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act. As we all know well, it is a voter-approved measure. It's to regulate rent increases and provide eviction protections. The RHC is responsible for enforcing the law's provisions, resolving disputes between landlords and tenants, and making recommendations to the City Council regarding policy changes to improve tenant protections. The point of the RHC is to ensure it's implemented in a fair and just manner. So in that spirit, like with any interview process and when considering people for a role, I hope that as we've discussed before, that what we'll really be focused on is the qualifications of the candidates. This is a highly technical job. It's a highly legally oriented job. So candidates that have been, whether they've been following and part of attending rental housing committee meetings as citizens for years, those are candidates that can hit the ground running, or candidates that have legal expertise and background. I believe strongly that we need someone with legal experience and expertise on the Rental Housing Committee. The RHC has faced many lawsuits, and I would like to see us continue to protect CISFRA, which is highly important. And yeah, finally, I hope to see inclusion and representation. I think we all know that we don't need two landlords or real estate. In my ideal world, since it's not about being activist, this is a law that's meant to protect tenants from evictions and rent increases, and that is what the spirit of it is. And I believe we need at least one apartment renter on the RHC. So please, when you look at applicants, make sure that we have at least one tenant in the California, in an apartment. And finally, I really hope that we can 40% of Mountain View, I believe, are white. So I hope we can also look at diversity and inclusion in terms of 40% are renters, 40% are white. I really hope that we can see a RHC that really reflects the diversity of our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Maureen Blando.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good, thank you. I am speaking tonight to propose that you consider Robert Cox as a participant in the Rental Housing Committee. My name is Maureen Blando. I've lived in Mountain View for 22 years, and I have both rented and owned a home in Mountain View. For the past 12 years, when I've been more active in the old Mountain View, downtown Mountain View group, OMVNA, literally the hardest working person in that group is Robert Cox. Robert is the vice chair of the OMVNA steering committee, and he is our #1 source for information about development or parking or city council or local and state issues. He's a vital source of information for us, and he attends meetings of all kinds, shares that information with us so that we can be involved and educate ourselves. Robert has also been on the Environmental Planning Commission for 8 years, including stints as chair and vice chair. Clearly, Robert cares about the future of Mountain View, and like me, he has been a homeowner and a renter. Renting is very challenging in Mountain View, and I think that Robert's broad view of the issues in Mountain View will be a big asset in finding our path forward to rental. Robert gets the facts, he gets the nuance, he communicates clearly, he does not push his ideas on other people, he's balanced, and he's easy to work with. As someone has already mentioned, this is a technical and very serious responsibility. I think we're very fortunate that Robert would like to be on the Rental Housing Committee. I don't think that anyone will apply themselves more, and I encourage you to include him. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Friedman?
Am I here now?
You are, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my support for Robert Cox and also for Li Zhang. I'm trying to say all of this very briefly. I have tremendous respect for the hard work that Li Zhang has shown, her devotion to Mountain View, and her running for city council position. She continued to work for people in Mountain View after she came in fourth in that election. She has been working with volunteers in Hope's Corner. She understands the desperation that is often felt by people whose income is not as hearty as it should be or could be, and needs help to be able to get through economically. She has devoted herself to these other people, and she herself, having arrived here as an immigrant, was a renter for a very long time. Robert Cox should have his name as a middle initials public service. He is devoted to Mountain View. He loves Mountain View and has spent so much of his time supporting people in Mountain View of all different points of view. And this is so important. Li Zhang has worked at Tesla, where she is in between the policy people and the legal people. And she must continue to keep peace between these strong dividing people. And Robert has a gift for finding a middle way from different points of view on divisive subjects. I know that because there have been times I did not agree with him, and he was able to help me see how to make the compromise in these different kinds of issues. I strongly urge you to support both of these candidates for this commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Louise Katz.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I'm also here to support Robert Cox and Li Zhang. And as has been stated, they both have a unique approach as to where their life has taken them up to this point. And Robert's service record is obviously exemplary and has great depth. Li put herself out to run for city council, and over 6,000 people, your constituents, wanted her as part of our governance. And this is the opportunity for her to make a contribution that I believe a lot of people would approve of based on their support. Community outreach obviously is essential for this kind of a job, and they have both, I think, clearly fulfilled that requirement. Also, having been renters and owners, they also have, I think, a clear understanding, and Lee is also a landlord. They both have economic backgrounds and very strong knowledge and ability to work within the law, understand regulations. And Robert's work within Omniva shows that he has contributed and has very vested in what is a very mixed neighborhood, which is Old Mountain View. It has old homes, it has apartments, it has historic resources, it has new buildings. And so I think the opportunity for the City Council to have these two candidates in front of them is quite unique, and we hope that you will definitely support them in your decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim McKenzie.
Greetings all. Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns, Montaloma neighborhood. Before jumping into RHC, which seems to be the hot thing, I'll also say, yeah, PSAB. Woo! Looking forward to seeing who gets appointed. And as a member of the community who has been to every meeting of PSAB, I'll just say I think that both Eva and Jeanette have been fantastic, thoughtful, engaged, and excellent committee members. With regards to RHC, I just want to highlight a couple of things. They've, I think, already come out a little bit, but just kind of echo them, re-emphasize them. There is a maximum number of landlords that can be appointed to the RHC. There is, the minimum is 0. We're not required to put landlords into these positions. And sort of on that theme, I'd like to see something more representative of the city of Mountain View, where 60% of Mountain Viewers are renters. There's a minority on council, and I'll be honest, I don't know the makeup of renter versus homeowner or landlord on RHC, but generally, even though renters are a majority of the city, seems like we're underrepresented in these positions. So I hope that those are two things that you'll consider as you make the decision, that you're not required to appoint landlords and that renters are underrepresented given the current representation that we have and our size in the city. Good luck with the decision making and hope it all goes well.
Thank you. Next we have Dan.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Yeah, I'm here to express my support for Li Zhang on the RHC for a couple of reasons. I think another speaker mentioned that Asian Americans is really a significant population in Mountain View. I would like to see Li Zhang, who's willing to put herself out there to serve the city by her running for the city council, coming in fourth with 6,000 votes. Now, if she's willing to serve on the RHC, I think it's a great opportunity to have her voice and her experience, as well as representing a very significant portion of the city of Mountain View. The second point is, as both a renter and a homeowner of Mountain View, I think it's very clear we need someone who has the experience and the expertise and the passion to serve the city on the RHC, to provide a balanced housing for renters, as well as for the thriving community of Mountain View. Just to respond to a couple of speakers before, I think having a voice of representing perhaps a more diverse viewpoint on rental market, it actually helps the renters, because we want to make sure that RHC serves the community of Mountain View, not just the large apartment builders who are mostly for profit-driven purposes. Having someone like Li Zhang, who's a resident of the community and is willing to put herself out there to serve the community, I think it's really, really important for a thriving Mountain View. So I really urge the city council to seriously consider Li Zhang's candidacy and to actually have her serve on the RHC to serve the community of Mountain View. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kavita Ayer.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Kavita Iyer, resident of Questa Park neighborhood, also a member of PSAB. I'd like to express my support for my fellow current serving board members, Eva and Jeanette. I think they've done an amazing job. I completely forgot they were only on for 2 years. I'd really like to see what they can do with the next 2 years. I hope you will consider them strongly for reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is last call for any virtual speakers. I see no more speakers. So we'll bring it back now. So we're going to be working with the selection process outlined in council policy. It's council policy number K2. We're going to conduct interviews in a panel format. Each applicant will receive the same amount of time to answer each question, and the questions selected by the council will be asked in a randomized round-robin order for each body separately. The council may ask a limited number of clarifying questions in the event an applicant's answer was unclear or not understood. But the clarifying questions should not be used to allow an applicant an additional opportunity to expand on their original response. I'm going to be reading the questions that council asked of the Public Safety Advisory Board in 2021. And we, at that time, allowed a total of 5 minutes for response, but we're also going to allow council members to suggest changes to the questions or propose a different time allocation per question. And before we do that, we do have a table with applicants sitting here, but there are Davelin Souder and Betsy Collard are not currently seated. So if you can find your name tags and sit in that place. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're going to be, you're not going to be in the spotlight tonight. Sorry, this hybrid arrangement is new. So the 2 questions we asked last time was, one, what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the Public Safety Advisory Board, and have you participated in MVPDX or attended a meeting of the Council Race, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee or a Human Relations Commission listening session? So, long question, but that was our first question. Our second question was, what is the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and how can you make an impact on the relationship between the Mountain View Police Department and community members? So those were our questions last time, and the question now to council is, would you like to go with those same questions, or would you like to change them in any way? Vice Mayor?
Yes, I think it would be appropriate to change them a little bit. You know, in 2021, we were starting this board out. It had never been around before. And so I think that, you know, that meant that the questions should be a little different than now. We're continuing the board. So this is my suggestion. My suggestion is that we don't worry about number 1, but instead we use number 2 as number 1. So what is the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and how can you make an impact on the relationship between the Mountain View Police Department and the community members? That seems like it's still quite relevant. And then the second one would be, what do you think is working well, and what, if anything, needs to be changed? And then perhaps we would allow each of the people, each of the applicants, a little while for a closing statement.
Okay. Are there any other suggestions? Okay. Seeing no other suggestions, well, actually, the second thing we need to talk about is what the timing will be. Do you have a suggested timing, Councilmember Matichak?
Well, I think we could do 2 minutes for each question and then a minute for the closing, or 2.5 for each of the questions and 30 seconds for the closing. But I agree with the changes that Vice Mayor Showalter suggested. I think those are good ones. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm making notes on 2.5 minutes and 1 minute for a closing statement, and going along with the Vice Mayor's suggestions. You want to, yeah, and so the last question I'm going to ask is how you want the questions to be asked. In the past, we've had the mayor just ask all the questions, and I can also the questions are fairly short. I can repeat them to each person in case you forget. And we have a very random way to ask, so you won't know ahead of time who will be first. That I guess the city attorney has drawn up for me, so be prepared.
Mayor, if I could just briefly.
Yes?
You wanted 2.5 minutes for the first two and a minute for the closing, or 2, and 1?
What I heard was 2.5 for each. 2.5 for question 1, 2.5 for question 2, and 1 minute for the closing statement. Is that what you meant? Yes.
Okay.
That's what I heard. So just to confirm, all those in favor? Okay. So it looks like that's what we'll be doing. Okay. So the randomized order we have, I will reread the questions, but we have for question number 1, we have Kawant Sandhu going first. Congratulations. And the question is, what is the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and how can you make an impact on the relationship between the Mountain View Police Department and community members? I can, can you hear?
Is it good? Is it good?
There, that's good.
All right. Well, first and foremost, happy International Ladies' Day tomorrow to everyone. It's tomorrow, but my time zone, I'm already in tomorrow since I just got off a plane. The PSAP, it's been quite exciting dealing with them, working with them, especially Jeanette and Ava and the rest of them. It's basically, there's a misconception in the beginning whereby even we thought public safety is any kind of safety, but then as the time went on, we all know that it's with the police department. And working with the police department is important, especially the way things have been going the last 4 years or so. I was with Margaret before, Councilmember Margaret, at the HRC, and thereafter I was a chair 3 times. We really worked hard with them, with the police department, making sure that racial profiling was brought to the forefront, having cops on the streets, saying hello to kids instead of making kids turn around and run away. All those were very, very important things. And my relationship has been whereby I will extend myself to the police department, likewise to the community. If any issues came up, a lot of folks did not want to go to the police department or the city council thinking there'll be repercussions. So I created myself as a buffer where they could approach me and work, and I'll work with the police department and see what issues can be remedied for them. Sorry, I'm a little tired, so my thought frame is a little slow today. I know that I can continue doing this. Working on the subcommittees of the PSAP has been good. Right now we're working, Cleve, myself, and Eva are working on the CLEAR Act, which is a lot to read, a lot to digest, but it's very interesting what a lot of us don't know about the CLEAR Act and how it can impact the police department, how it can in turn impact the community of Mountain View. So that's what I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next person is Betsy Collard. And again, the question is, what's the role of the PSAB and how can you make an impact on the relationship between the Mountain View Police Department and community members?
Thank you. Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It doesn't sound like it's on to me. So, well, the role is twofold, to help represent interests and concerns of the community to the public safety parts of the city, but also to help the public safety people communicate and reach out to the very diverse community that we have. And I think what I can bring to it is long time in Mountain View, in many different neighborhoods with many different kinds of people, at different stages of their lives and whether they were renting or homeowning. But I think I've always, both in what I've done professionally but also on committees and boards, is to be a voice, a good person to both as a liaison between different constituents. And so that's what I would continue to try and do. I believe very strongly in building community and building a strong community, and I think Mountain View is that, and I am very proud of the diversity that we have and our track record there. And so the strong community and an inclusive one is what I would try to bring to enhance what is already very good.
Thank you very much. Next is Eva Tang. And Eva, again, the question is, what's the role of the PSAB and how can you make an impact on the relationship between the Mountain View Police Department and community members?
Okay, just checking to see this is on. All right, so the question was about the role of PSAB, how we can make an impact on relationship between MVPD and community members. Council, I have to call you out a little bit. When PSAB was first made, I think there was this sentiment that it would be more than just MVPD, but I think I think there was a clarification that was needed, and then I think the role got tightened to just MVPD. I just remember somebody saying, like, it wouldn't just be MVPD, like, you know, public safety is a lot of things. But I digress. We serve as a liaison between the community and Mountain View Police Department, as Betsy said. I think we can serve as a third party between, you know, council, PD, and then just being like members of the community. We can advise on policies involving public safety. As one of the people that served or as one of the people that originally called for the creation of PSAB, I think that the existence of PSAB is in order to increase transparency. When it was created, staff advised that we should not have a community watchdog or complaint board. That's not the role of PSAB, so I think I should highlight what PSAB is not. But we can advise on policy to increase transparency, reduce complaints, increase the trust that the community has in the police department. I think I've learned a lot about the practices that MVPD has in place already to make them more of a gold standard for policing. And I think advising on codifying certain practices that we have as a culture already has been an important role that we've served in the last couple of years. And that is my response. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Davelin Souder, and I can repeat it again. What's the role of PSAB and how can you make an impact on the relationship from between MVPD and community members?
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity for me to come here. I'm very excited about this. So as my other fellow friends here, it's a liaison between community members and the police department and the city staff members that can bring awareness from other community members that may not be able to have a voice or know how to provide a voice for certain issues that they may feel are important within Mountain View. I am going to be transparent. I'm a pretty new member of the community versus a lot of people that are here. I have only been here for 2 years, but within my 2 years, I have twice organized a Meet Mountain View Police Department within Bub Park. I am on the steering committee of Cuesta Park Neighborhood Association. So I do feel, even though I've been here for a short amount of time, I am able to communicate with my community. I have no problem doing that. Asking questions, what would we like to bring to specifically police department, but also other people that I may be able to have better connections with or better ways to communicate to versus just the small efforts that I do at this time, and bring that up and make that an awareness. I'm a mother, and so I do have my kid in different, activities, and I like to communicate with the other parents, and I feel like it's very easy for me to bring up these topics or just ask, what may they have concerns about, and then use my voice as a way to express that to those that would want to hear it or that I would hope want to hear it. So thank you.
Thank you. So, and last we have Jeanette Wang. Jeanette, maybe you have memorized the question by now, but the question is, what's the role of PSAB and how can you make an impact on the relationship between MVPD and community members?
I think this, okay. Thank you for the question. I think I could just tell you what the PSAB is, but I think I want to take this opportunity to tell you what I think I want the PSAB to be. So I think for me, that's in two parts. The first part is I really value using the Public Safety Advisory Board as as creating methods to build trust between the police department and the community. Of course, that is for me, the continuous effort of the Public Safety Advisory Board. And in part, that includes accountability, that includes open conversations, serving on the subcommittee on school resource officers. I think we've been able to begin exploring that and really have those meaningful and difficult conversations. And then for the second part, I think the Public Safety Advisory Board has a really cool opportunity to address new and emerging or also continuous issues of public safety in Mountain View. So that includes some things that we're working on right now. Like with Eva, I currently serve on the subcommittee for mental health crisis response. And that's implementing something new that has to do with the police department, but is also kind of an alternative method. I think moving forward, I would really like the Public Safety Advisory Board to do more in terms of creating opportunities to build trust, addressing that first point. And then second, kind of looking to see how we can do more things like what we're doing with the Mental Health Crisis Response Subcommittee, coming up with either different facilities or different groups that address public safety in various ways. And in part, one of these things that I want to work on is on substance use in our community. So there are a lot of issues, I think, that the Public Safety Advisory Board, it's within the realm of the PSAB to address. Of course, I don't want to go too broad, but I think that within that we are equipped to deal with these issues. And personally, just how I could kind of serve in this role, I currently serve as vice chair. I think I'm pretty familiar with how the PSAB works and have worked very closely previously with Audrey and previously with Melvin. And now I think as a student at Stanford, I can kind of bring in those resources and really understand kind of the expertise needed to address some of the issues that I think are important. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The next question, question number 2, is, and the first person this time is going to be Davelin Souder. Davelin, so the question this time is, what do you think is working well, and what, if anything, would you change about the Public Safety Advisory Board?
Okay, well, thank you so much. I have not been presently at a meeting, but I have watched the meetings, so I am aware of the certain topics that have been spoken. And regarding the PSAB meetings, I think that as a collective group, I really appreciate everyone is able to speak up and voice their concerns and even say that, you know, they don't agree with certain things. I think that what's working is being able to have that comfortability of a group of people being able to voice concerns and agreements and non-agreements. I think, honestly, I had no idea I was going to be here in a panel interview that was like this. I'm really excited to even just have this opportunity, and it's really, really interesting that Jeanette and Eva are working on such broader aspects within public safety that can be brought into this board. So even if I don't end up on this board, I'm very, very excited to see what 2 young people are going to do for the community of Mountain View. I'm very, very excited to see that. So I will say what I would like to see is more inclusion of just outside of safety, like bicycles on the streets and pedestrians walking and, you know, how people may feel about RVs parking in their neighborhood. I do feel like there is an inclusion that we need to bring on a safety board with mental health crisis. San Mateo just had their first, you know, mental health crisis worker, and I'm eager to see that along the peninsula, including Mountain View. So these are really important topics that I'm really eager to see included within this board. So thank you.
Thank you. So the next person is Betsy Collard. And again, the question is, what do you think is working, and what, if anything, would you change?
Well, I think I should start by saying I really have not been to a board meeting. I tried to come. The reason I got an email saying that there were openings on the board, and this is something I've always been interested in. So, but I tried to come to a meeting, but it was canceled. So I can't really speak to that. I can speak to what I think is really working with the relationship between the city and the community. One of the things that I've really been so pleased and about is the way I guess it's the public communications person is communicating with the city about things that are going on as they're going on in a very inclusive way, not sort of talking down, but talking with and bringing us all along. I think that's such a valuable part of what a police department can do, public safety can do to really strengthen community. So I'm very pleased with that. I'd like to see even more of that. One of the things that I was, again, pleased with, but also surprised about when I went and studied the website and how much is really there for the public. I don't think the public really knows that. And I think we could do a lot more to reach out to a very diverse community to help them understand what the role is and what the role is and feel more comfortable with the police staff. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. So next is Kalwan Sandhu. Same question. Do you want it repeated?
No, it's all right. Thank you. Just piggyback on what both have said. The PSAP is working. One reason is because, albeit we have different, aspirations, different attitudes, different biases, yet we have become, over the last 2 years, overcome a lot of those personal issues, personal ideas, and work together. I think one of the toughest one was the SROs. And 3 of us were on that group, and it was not easy. And Kavita, I think, it was one of the toughest things we had to deal with, but something really important. And lo and behold, after we decided on it, 3 weeks later, Uvalde happened. And we were really thankful that we have the capacity to, protect our kids. We need to protect our kids. If I had my way, I would say, would be close campuses, and protect our kids so nobody can just barge in, and work with the police department, and if the budget is there, have a private resource to take care of that, and have the police department working somewhere else. Those are the things we are working on. What can we do? Lots more. There's always lots more we can do, but how do we do it? We need to keep on reaching out to the community, and we did this with the HRC. At the HRC, it was simple. People wanted jobs from me. They said, can you get us a job with the city? No, dude, it's not human resources, it's human relations. And we went out there and let people know what it is all about. And Margaret, remember we met once every 2 months? And my first meeting was a joint meeting, and they were going to disband us. I said, thank you for the welcome party. So that was it. But as we worked on, we overcame a lot of issues, but we reached out to the community, let them know what we were doing, what we were not doing. And I remember the 2 really, really big meetings we had was at the community center. And once people know what the PCAP is, and like what we said, we are not a repository for complaints. People should come out and be able to talk to us at meetings, be it in the plaza room, be it at the community center, and bring the issues up. Because we only know about some issues. There are so many things under the layers which we don't know. They need to bring it to us regarding safety so we can share it with you all and with the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, Eva Tang. Again, it's what do you think is working and what, if anything, could be changed?
Testing, we can hear, okay. Oh, wonderful, thank you. Things that I think have been working well since the PSAB's conception. I think we've done a good job at increasing transparency in the department. We've gotten to take a closer look at some policies, a lot of the different programs. Investigating the SRO issue opened up a lot into the window of MVPD and how different programs work. We've been able to review complaint data. Unfortunately, given the sensitive nature of some of those complaints, we haven't really been able to see more than just like these complaints exist, and this is the type of complaint. I think that, once again, I said we have another eye on our different MVPD programs, and I think that has been advantageous because then we can then ask questions about these programs, and we've been asking certain questions about like, well, do you have data on this? Do you have data on that? And, sometimes the question, or sometimes the answer has been like, well, you know what? We actually haven't been keeping track of that. In that way, then we can start collecting the right data. It's been an avenue for the public to bring up issues and take a closer look at those issues, and so they won't be brought up at council and keep you up until 4 a.m. Sorry about that. We heard about 72-hour enforcement because the community was concerned about 72-hour parking enforcement. Running out of time. This is a list, think of this as a wish list and not a critique list. I'd like to do more with the mental health crisis intervention subcommittee, do more with substance abuse as Jeanette said, staffing is hard, which makes it so that staff needs to reduce the scope of our work, and I'd like there to be more member-driven work. I really hope that we can have public-facing hybrid for our meetings. The public would really like that. Being able to respond more rapidly to public concerns and being more broad about public safety, but I know that is hard given our staffing concerns. So thanks.
Thank you. Just in time. And last, Jeanette Wang. I don't know why you drew last twice. I guess that shows it's truly random. So again, it's the question is, what do you think is working well, and what, if anything, should be changed?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to start off and say that I think one thing that's been working really well is our connection with the city staff. I think Audrey and before Melvin and now Parneet have been doing a really great job. I know we meet at like crazy times that aren't usual work hours. So I really appreciate their hard work, and I think they've been really able to kind of consolidate a lot of important information for us. I think another thing that's been working really well is that I think the members of the board and also the members of the police department have been coming from a place of empathy and coming from a place of wanting to make the community better. I know a lot of the issues that we deal with can be phrased very accusatorily, and I think I really appreciate how the members of the board and also the members of the police department have been very respectful and kind of improving Mountain View as the goal in mind. Moving forward, I think some things that I personally want to see is more on the implementation side. I think we've been able to do a lot in terms of thinking of solutions and also kind of really creating community profiles and gathering perspectives. I think that's very important. But also, I think the Public Safety Advisory Board is in a pretty unique position where, you know, everyone on the board is a community member and we all are from different parts of the community. So we're able to kind of see how the recommendations that we make are able to play out in our community. For example, recently we've heard some things about school resource officers that aren't necessarily in line with our policy recommendations from a couple of years ago. So I think really making sure that what we imagine and based off of our community based off community perspectives and community opinions, really making sure that that's actually what happens and not just putting a lot of time into building a profile, but not kind of seeing that happen in real life. So that's something that I think we can work on. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're to closing statements, and you'll have a minute for your closing statement, and the first person is Kawan Sandhu.
All right, no worries. What can I bring it to here? I think I bring my personality. We all do. I want to make sure that the PSAP keeps on going the way we are going and even get better in resolving a lot of issues we have. Are there shortcuts? No. Are there problems we're going to face personally amongst the PSAP and reaching out, making getting upset that our recommendations are never heeded, even stonewalled by the PD or brushed aside by the staff or the council? Yes, we'll be upset. But we've got to keep on working. We've got to find ways of being objective and making sure that what we represent is the safety of the community of Mountain View. Whether you're a resident or you're passing through, that's what we need to do. And I guess my time is up. Thank you. Can I pass?
Thank you. Yeah,
Can
it's
I
a lot
next
shorter.
Person, please?
Yes. So the second person this time is Jeanette Wang.
This is so exciting. Okay, do I? All right. So I think for me, being on the Public Safety Advisory Board has been such a rewarding and such a learning experience. I think I was like 17 when I started on the board. I guess I'm 18 now, so it's not that different. But I have been able to I'm still 18, but I've been able to learn so much, and I think there's a lot of potential for the PSAB to do a lot of meaningful work moving forward. In part, I think myself serving on the PSAB has been what I hope to be, kind of a pathway for other young people to kind of be involved in local government. I tell people I'm on this board, and they're like, "Why are you on this board? You're like 17 or 18, and that's something that they can do, and I think their lived experiences are super important. So being on the PSAB, I think I have a lot of things that I want to do, and I know that we have a really great team to do it, and I hope that I'll be able to continue serving. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person to sum up is Davelin Souder.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to be here. Like I mentioned, I've only been in Mountain View for 2 years, but it literally took me one day when I moved here, one day, to know that Mountain View is a really, really special city. I got a Valentine's from the CPNA board, and that was like really special, and it took me that much time to realize that this is a really special city and I want to be a part of it, which is why I joined the CPNA. I've been very active within that, and I would like to find my place outside of that to also see where I fit in, and I think that Public Safety Board is a place that I could be. I'm in school. I did a research paper on community policing last quarter, and it was really great insight, and I feel like I could apply that to this board. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Eva Tan.
Am I on? Oh, great. Okay. All right, Council. Thank you for the chance to reapply for appointment. Once again, highlighting the fact that I was one of the community members that a few years ago kept you up until 4 a.m. for the call of this board. And I'm very sorry about that, but serving on this board has been a wonderful learning experience. I've been doing a lot of work within 3 different subcommittees over the 2-year tenure, which, wow, time has flown by. And I look forward to continuing this work. I don't think that my work in these subcommittees is done. It's far from done, and I'd like to continue to work for you in creating policies to increase our trust in MVPD, and in order to get the data to help us make decisions to create more trust. Thank you.
Thank you. And so last we have Betsy Collar.
Thank you. Yeah, I think what I would bring to it, well, first of all, I obviously would bring a perspective of an older resident in Mountain View, sort of the bookends here. But when I came to the city, I first rented. I've lived in 3 different neighborhoods over my time here. First in the Mauna Loma neighborhood, and with single-family homes, mostly young families at that time, and knowing the needs and the concerns there. And there were a lot of concerns, police ones then, even though that was a number of years ago. And then to the west of Shoreline, the old Mountain View west of Shoreline, where I was very involved both at Castro School in getting things that better represented the community, and also, although this is a different issue, redlining, which was hurting a lot of people who lived in that area. And then now I live in the North Wisman area, and in a townhouse, which also has different issues and different populations.
Yeah, it just went totally off. Is it done? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I guess your minute's up. Okay, So thank you so much to the five of you. I know it can be difficult being on a panel, and I think you all did very well. So next, we're gonna switch out to the Rental Housing Committee applicants. And do we have name tags? Yes. Yes. Matichak?
Sorry, I thought we were going to vote on the PSAB and then move to the Rental Housing Committee. But I had a question about the process for voting. Are we going to use where we have a form to check who we want so we all vote at the same time?
Well, your first question first.
Okay.
I've been handed a script that has us do the interviews first and then the voting for both, unless if you can go along with that.
That's fine.
Okay.
But in terms of voting, are we going to do where we all vote at the same time?
It also has us talk about the voting process after the
After?
interview.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't read the flow.
That's totally fine. Sure. Okay, thank you. Now that or almost everyone is seated, do we have Maria Diaz? Zoom, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we're not 100% sure on that, so.
Okay, we'll find out as it goes along, and then we also have Li Zhang on Zoom. Is that true? Yes, okay. So we have everybody seated who's going to be here in real life. And the first thing we're going to do is go over the questions, the potential questions. So in 2021, Council gathered 2 questions. So what we did, 2 questions which I'll read, and we allowed 5 total minutes for response. The 2 questions were, number 1, tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee. And number 2 was, tell us about the role of the Rental Housing Committee and the role of its legal counsel in the Rental Housing Committee decision-making process. So would any council member like to suggest changes to the questions or propose a time allocation per question? Vice Mayor.
Yes, kind of following along what we said for the PSAB ones. I would recommend that we don't use the first one, but instead make the second one number 1. Tell us about the role of the Rental Housing Committee and the role of its legal counsel in the Rental Housing Committee decision-making process. And then add an additional one that's, what do you think will be the most important issue in the next year? And then have a short closing statement. I think that's really helpful when you're applying for something, to be able to make a little closing statement. And I think the previous two and a half, and 1 minute worked pretty well. So that would be okay with me.
Okay, just to sum up, you're saying question number 2 will be number 1, and you're suggesting a new question number 2, which is what do you think will be the important issues?
The most important issue, yeah.
The most important issue or issues?
Well, either way.
Issues, I like issues.
Okay.
Most important issues for the Rental Housing Committee over the next year. I have that, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. The next comment is Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. So I guess I just wanted to share a different perspective. I like question 1. And I think with 5 vacancies, I do want to hear applicants share what they find to be their unique perspectives or ability that they would bring. I do like the revision for the second question about what do you feel are the important issue or issues coming forward? And I'm fine with the closing. I feel honestly that the closing could even be 30 seconds to keep it within the 5 minutes. So 2.5, or 2 and 30 or 2.5, 30. Yeah, I don't think we need that much, but I like question 1. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment as well, seeing no other comments. I think that question 2, that says, tell us about the role of the RHC and the role of its legal counsel, I think that was a particular issue that came up at a particular time and that it's not as relevant now as it was then. So I'm thinking, so what I would suggest is combining 1 and 2, but shortening 2, to be tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives and abilities you would bring to the RHC, and tell us about the role of the RHC. Or that could be a shorter question. Councilmember Matichak.
So I think sometimes it's hard when we combine questions because then there's not enough time to really respond fully. I always find it interesting to ask applicants what they think the role of the body is that they're applying for. We get a wide variety of answers. And so I do like asking that. I kind of feel like the application told me what they think is what they bring to the table. And I assume many of you have had conversations with the applicants. I know a lot of them reached out. And so I feel like I kind of know that. So I kind of like what the Vice Mayor proposed. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramos.
So clarification of the question. So we have the first suggestion was to remove the first question, make the second question the first question, and then have the second question be what's the most important issue you think. But then there is some support for having the original first question. Why can't we have all 3? I know it'll take longer, but the thing is there's 5 full seats or practically remaking this entire board. So we could make the answer shorter, say if especially when it comes to the first question, we can make that a 1-minute question and then have the, it's almost like an opening instead that we're asking for.
Yeah, so I would support, so I'm hearing different suggestions and some chatter behind the microphone without full hand raising. So what I'm hearing is the first question being tell us about yourself. I won't read the whole thing. And maybe having it be shorter, you can, so having it be shorter. Having the second one tell us about the role of the Rental Housing Committee, and I said to take off the second half, and that could, okay, I'm just putting 2 minutes next to that and seeing if it, because we're saying do more questions and see if it adds up. And then the next question was, what do you think will be the important issues over next year? If we have a minute and a half for that, And then we have a 30-second closing. That is 5 minutes. So, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I may have missed some critical information, so my apologies. It sounded like there's a proposal to eliminate the portion of the question that reads what is the role of the legal counsel to the Rental Housing Committee, and I actually think that's a very important question. I would rather not get rid of that. Depending on the answers, I could explain why I think that's important in the discussion. So my recommendation would be to retain that portion of the question. I'm not opposed to asking what do you think the most important issues will be or something along those lines, but I do think the most important issue will be related to the question of how to make ratio utility billing systems or services, I think RUBS, compatible with the CSFRA regulations. And I would like to ask a question about how each applicant would approach RUBS, and not necessarily to give us a solution to that problem, but rather how they think about it and how you might, based on the stakeholder input, craft a set of regulations that might be satisfactory to all of the parties involved in that discussion.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 applicants, and you just added 2 more questions. So how would you like to work that out?
I think keeping question 2 as is, and then just having each applicant be judicious with their time. Unless, again, I missed something critical about, just having the initial part of that question. And I'm happy to be outvoted on this, but I would rather ask a question narrowly scoped to RUBS than a question about what are the, generally, what do you think the most important issues will be over the next couple of years?
Councilmember Ramos.
So in theory, there are a couple things coming forth to the RHC's work plan. RUBS is probably the most, I'm not going to bias your answer to that. But you have, now the potential committee members have a sense of what you care about in terms of the most important item. We might not have to say that it's RUBS. They could deviate from that, but they now have a sense of what our committee cares about, what they know, and using that knowledge, they could tailor the answer to what we call the third question to that answer. I don't know if that made sense.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks. So I'm comfortable with the 3 questions you mentioned, Mayor, and then I would just say let's just remove the closing. And I do, while I understand where Councilmember Ramirez is coming from, I also want to, I'm sure all of us have different things within the RHC that are of importance to us specifically. And part of what I'm hoping is to understand people's thought process in terms of what they see as the most important, and if they align with what maybe council thinks is the most important. So I feel like I understand the value of wanting to scope a question so narrowly, but I worry that we're not going to be, we're looking again at 5 positions, and I think we need to be thinking holistically of the entire body. So I'm comfortable, just to reiterate, with those 3 questions you proposed, Mayor, and eliminating the closing, so it stays within those 3 questions with the time allocation to stay in the 5 minutes. Thanks.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree on the whole. I was just going to add for the 3rd question, not just what the most important issues are, but how would you go about thinking it through and addressing them? And then that might get to your question.
Okay, so I think we're coming to a consensus. I think that the applicants know what some people on council think are the most important issues facing facing the RHC, although not all of us might agree, but at least something that should probably be addressed. So what I have here is, let me see if it adds up. Tell us, okay, so the one last thing that I want answers from council before I sum up what we've said is whether to leave on the role of legal counsel. I have heard some people say that that's outdated and aimed at the situation we were in a couple years ago, but I'm also hearing some people saying it would be good to leave it in. So can we hear some comments on leaving that out or in? Okay, so I'm having leave it in. So I will sum them up one last time, and then we'll take a straw poll, or you can tell me if I've gotten something wrong. Question number one is, tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee for 1 minute. Question number two is, tell us about the role of the Rental Housing Committee and the role of its legal counsel in the Rental Housing Committee decision-making process. And question number three is, what do you think will be the important issues? And Margaret, what was the ending you wanted to that question?
And how would you go about thinking it or them through and addressing them?
And how would you go about thinking them through and addressing them? Okay, and that's 2 minutes. Any final comments before we, and I assume I'm asking all the questions. Any final comments before we take a final tweaks? Seeing none, straw poll. Okay, those are the questions. So, welcome everyone. Welcome to the dark panel. Except for those of you on the, those of you on the side to my left, Mr. Cox. It was, for question number one, it's going to be 1 minute. Number two, it's going to be 2 minutes. And number three, it's going to be 2 minutes. So, welcome, and we'll be starting now. I have my randomized list, and the first person answering will be Edie Keating. Edie, tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee in 1 minute.
Thank you. I am a big supporter of the CSFRA. For many years, I was a renter, though not in Mountain View, and now I'm a Mountain View condo owner. And I have been to almost all of the Rental Housing Committee meetings since 2017 when it got started. And I cannot tell you that I remember the exact content of all those meetings. However, I do have a general sense of all the things that have been discussed at the Rental Housing Committee meetings, and I know where to go on the city website to look up the regulation that's been put in. So I think that my history will help me a lot. I also bring my desire for the city of Mountain View. It has a majority of renters, and I really wish all of them housing security. And the CSFRA is not sufficient to give all those renters housing security, but it's a big part of it, and I bring my willingness to help implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. To the second. Mr. Cox, you are applicant number 2 for this question. Tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee.
Aimed at me. There we go. Okay. Are there like numbers going to go up there, or?
I believe they will go up once you start answering.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, all right. I'm Robert Cox. What I bring is, a long history of community service and time in this city. I've been a resident here 28 years, but I've been solidly involved in the community for 12 years as the vice chair of AMNA. I've also been vice president of the Historical Association, and I was 2 terms on the EPC, vice chair and chair twice. And so I think that, among other candidates, I think I have the most experience, ability to run a meeting. I think that I've been a renter most of my adult life. My first 6 years in Mountain View were 15% increases back to back, and I know what it's like to stare at the ceiling and say, am I going to have enough money to stay here? I'm collaborative, I work with other people, and I try to show respect for everyone and their opinions.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Diaz.
Maria has not joined us on Zoom.
Okay. Then next we have Lee Zhang. Lee, can you tell us about yourself and what unique perspective or ability you will bring to the Rental Housing Committee?
Yes. Hi, I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person. I'm recovering from COVID. I would like you to know I care deeply about the city, which I fell in love with. After I moved here from UC San Diego, graduate from graduate school. I've been a renter for more than 10 years since I moved to the US. And I know how that feels like. You just don't have much money left after you pay the rent. So I understand the struggle. So I would like you to know I have the ability and the willingness to be fair, to be on the RHC, to help to implement and administrator the CSFRA. In addition, my day job is kind of like a RHC. So I work with the policymaker as well as work with the regulation. So I can assure you on the technical side, I try to work, sorry.
Thank you, Lee. Next, Kevin Ma. Tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma. Despite my application saying I've been only been in the Mountain View for a year, I've had experience working in advocacy in the city, being the co-chair of the Housing Committee for the League of Women Voters, as well as a member of Mountain View Housing Justice, supporting the work of the RHC and ensuring that people who are renting in the city are given their just rights to actually stay in the city, given our high rents and general economic environment. I have been paying attention to what's going on in the RHC, including recent talk about rent concessions or the enforcement of the CSFRA's registration requirements. So I would like to bring in some continuity, given that, as you mentioned, there's 5 openings for this position. And I bring in the perspective of a person who has recently moved to Mountain View, as which, you know, we depend on our future economy and culture of keeping people in the city.
Thank you very much. Next, we have David Cutler. David, tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee.
I feel like I should be singing a love song right now with this mic, but I'm not going to. I'll spare you guys. I've lived in Mountain View since 2006. I'm married. I have 3 kids that we go to EMI and Graham. And so we're heavily involved in the community here. I also have experience working with the Hispanic community and helping people find housing and advocating for them. I have a lot of experience working in real estate and understanding the issues that the CSFRA poses on both landlords and, you know, as a renter personally, what that means and how important the implementation of all of this is. I believe that we have a responsibility to look after our most challenged residents, and I'm here for that.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Alexander Brown. Tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee.
Hey, friends. Okay, so Alex Brown. I'm a resident of Santiago Villa in North Bayshore. I am a mobile home owner. I've been working in the city for years trying to help my neighbors and the residents to stay in their homes, to feel safe. I think that the CSFRA is a fantastic tool to try to do that, to try to keep people housed. And I think the RHC, as the body implemented with work, doing that, has a huge impact to try to keep people safe. I work with a lot of orgs throughout the city. We've organized forums and done things to try to make sure that the people's voices are heard, because I think that this is one large community, and I think that that's the perspective I bring, is I want to be a part of something greater, a great whole, to keep people safe, keep them housed, allow them to live their lives. So I want to be a part of it. I want to help.
Thank you. So next we have Kieran Madison. Kieran, tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Rental Housing Committee.
Thank you, City Council and staff. I am Kieran Madison. I am a recent transplant from San Francisco by way of New York. I've been here since January, and much like my character, I am willing to jump in with both feet. I have experienced housing insecurities. I currently live as a renter in Old Mountain View in a unit that is partially covered by the CSFRA. And I have a particular fondness for protecting it as it stands. That being said, I love the law. As someone who graduated within 3 years with 2 degrees from law school, I have demonstrated that I am able to devote myself to what needs to be done. I love interpretation, and part of that involves being able to interpret it to best serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And so last we have Mark Balch. Mark, tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you'd bring to the Rental Housing Committee.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm Mark Balch. I'm a long-term resident of the city of Mountain View. I've been here since 2004, and I moved to the area 7 years before that. I grew up in an expensive area in New York City, the son of 2 school teachers, and now here I am in another expensive area. So I know what it's like to have to raise a family in a place where there is scarce housing. What I bring uniquely to the table, among other things, is I am a property owner, and you see that in my application. When I say that I have 360-degree expertise, not only am I a property owner, I directly work with my residents, and I do my own maintenance. So I'm the person who they call when there's a plumbing leak or a water heater that is broken. I install the water heater myself. My property in Sacramento that I can't do that for because I live here in Mountain View, I hire a property management company. So I've had experience dealing with concessions for renters during COVID and other accommodations, the full relationship with my residents.
Thank you. Moving on to question number 2. Well, we were going to start with Maria Diaz. We will start with Alexander Brown. Alex, tell us about the role of the Rental Housing Committee and the role of its legal counsel in the Rental Housing Committee decision-making process. You will have 2 minutes.
Oh, so easy, so simple. I love it. The CSFRA is a law. It is text, it is fixed, but text does not interpret itself. It does not implement itself. There needs to be like a human who actually is there that someone can come to get protections, to get help. There also needs to be someone who is able to try to work within this, the ambiguities that come up with something like the CSFRA. The RHC is that body. It's there to try to help, to serve as the brain that does things to help keep people in their homes. So that's it. They are there to make a difference. They're there to say, okay, if you have a hearing and you need to adjudicate, is there someone a human that you can talk to, that you can appeal to? And that's great. I've been to those hearings. The council for the RC is there to interpret the law and to say, okay, here is the other case law. Here's the history. Here's what is a reasonable thing for you to do. Because I'm not a lawyer, and they are. And that's important because you want to make sure that the city is safe. You want to make sure that they're not going to get sued and have things overturned. That's very important. So. yeah, legal counsel.
Thank you. Next, David Cutler. Tell us about the role of the Rental Housing Committee and the role of its legal counsel in the Rental Housing Committee decision-making process.
Thank you. My view of the Rental Housing Committee is, the committee that is able to implement the law as it's been written, right? And counsel together, form consensus and collaborate together to manage this difficult issue. There's a myriad of issues that can come up to the body, and I believe that working together and forming consensus is important. Implementing this stuff and understanding what are the needs of the different sides, right? What are the needs of the tenants? What are the issues that they're facing? What's unique to them? And also, what are the needs of the landlords? What are the issues that they're facing? And how does the implementation of these laws come across, right? And I view the Rental Housing Commission committee as stewards of doing that, and relying heavily on legal advice. Obviously, there's a myriad of state laws and case studies and whatnot to rely on, and I think that's an important aspect of it.
Thank you. So next, Edie Keating, and again, the question is, tell us about the role of the RHC and the role of its legal counsel in its decision-making process.
Thank you. So my version of the role of the RHC is simple, is that we are following the law. So that is really the primary thing, just to make sure with all the decisions moving along that while there is some flexibility in the law in some places and some decisions of the RHC has shown that, the primary thing is to follow the law. Then there does come up times when there needs to be interpretation. And one of the roles of legal counsel is to know legal precedents from other communities that have rent stabilization and to share those with us and to know the differences between the different rent stabilization laws so that we can know when another city is setting a good precedent for us that we can look at, or when their law is different and not relevant. So that's a great amount of knowledge and expertise that is really valuable to the Rental Housing Committee. For example, we were just talking and being guided by legal counsel, or the RHC was being guided about the definition of rent, and it's different in ours versus in other jurisdictions, and this mattered to RUBS, because the utilities, are they included in rent or not, was the legal question that we had to review. The CSFRA needs to be fair to renters, fair to landlords. When it can, one of the things it should optimize is efficient processes, and it needs to be responsive. When new issues come up, for example, the concessions issue was not apparently important until we started coming out of the COVID recession. So there are just opportunities that you can't always predict, where the rental housing staff is hearing about new issues and the RHC needs to respond with new regulations, and having the council available to advise with extra knowledge is important.
Thank you. So next we have Mark Balch, and the question is, tell us about the role of the RHC and the role of its legal counsel.
The RHC, the CSFRA was born out of a situation where we have scarcity of critical infrastructure. What is more critical than having a roof over your head somewhere where you can live safely and securely? And that scarcity has created tremendous pressures across the community. And this is a regional problem. This is not just a problem for the city of Mountain View, but we've taken the lead to try to resolve some of this in the best way that we can. The RHC has, I think, two critical goals to balance. It is the near-term administration of the regulations to make sure that everyone is treated fairly and equitably, and to protect and make sure that there is a long-term sustainable supply of affordable housing in the city of Mountain View. We've seen an erosion of some of that housing in recent years, which is highly unfortunate because the cost of new construction is high. It's very difficult to bring more capacity. So balancing those things and being fair is really important. And that is an important role for the council. As had been just said, there are many terms that have unique legal meaning that differ from the meaning that we use in everyday conversation. There are lots of precedents, lots of standards that differ between communities, that differ between different jurisdictions, and every organization needs to have an experienced attorney who's able to help lay people who are not legal experts like myself or like others to be able to navigate these language differences, terminology, to be able to speak accurately so that our work has integrity and survives any challenges or any debates that may occur subsequently.
Thank you. So next we have Robert Cox. Robert, tell us about the role of the RHC and the role of its legal counsel.
Okay. Let's see. The RHC, it's there to do a number of things. First of all, I mean, it's establishing fair and equitable rents for people here in the city, you know, according to the AGA process and the petition process. And then in order to enforce our rent control ordinances, we need rules and regulations. And so to administer them and to enforce them. And another thing it does is it appoints hearing officers, and then the hearing officers then hear cases for the petitions for upward and downward adjustments of rents. And you know, if people are not satisfied after it's done, the RHC will actually hear appeals. And a fourth thing is that, you know, they set standards and penalties for compliance. Another thing that they do is they have these monthly, and I think they're going to quarterly reports about the state of the rental housing situation here in Mountain View and its interface with mediation services, and also with, you know, CSAs helping people with rent relief. They report back to the council on, you know, the status of important items that they're working on, and they have to set a budget for, you know, the establishment of the whole process. You know, I mean, collecting each year, like this year was $95 per unit to help fund this whole process that is our law. So, I mean, I think those are the fundamental things that are done. Let's see, and what's the role of the legal counsel? I mean, yeah, I mean, as Edie said, right? I mean, you know, this the CSFRA is its law. It's part of our charter. And, you know, the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance was established by the council to have similar protection for people who are living in our mobile homes. So, I mean, you know, they're there to help interpret the law and give the guidelines for what we can do in terms of rules and regulations.
Thank you, Robert. So next, Kieran Madison. Kieran, tell us about the role of the RHC and the role of its legal counsel.
Absolutely. So one of the things that I stated on my application was that the RHC serves in somewhat of an advisory capacity to City Council. I still stand by that because I think of advisory not simply telling people what to do, but also maintaining open lines of communication. And to expound on that, the RHC is also responsible for maintaining open communication with community members. As someone who has communicated with tenants and representatives of property owners leading up to this, I understand exactly what it is that people are concerned about. One of the main themes that it has been mentioned here tonight and has been mentioned in conversations has been balance. The RHC has a responsibility to maintain balance in exercising enforcing powers under the Act and other ordinances for the city. It also has the responsibility to really evolve with the law. The law is not meant to be static, even though we rely on staff attorneys to give us suggestions. That's all they are, suggestions. We should be able to educate ourselves as adjudicators in these petitions and as enforcers in order to keep up to date on what's going on and be able to push back when necessary. I also feel that the RHC is responsible for responding to concerns and addressing why decisions are made. And that is something that I have seen a couple of times in the hearings, but we really need to make sure that we are actually listening to our community and that we are not simply communicating amongst ourselves, but communicating with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lee Zhang. Lee, tell us about the role of the RHC and the role of its legal counsel.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The role of the RHC is established by the voter-approved Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act. And you all know it consists of 5 members and 1 alternate member. It is tasked with implementing and administrating the CSFRA and the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance. The RHC may hold hearings and make decisions on various matters related to rental housing, such as rent increases, adjustments, evictions, and landlord-tenant disputes. RHC has hearing officers can hear the cases, and there's appeal to the Rental Housing Committee as well. RHC works closely with the city staff, as well the hearing officers, to settle the cases, to resolve the issues, and overall, all this work it's supported by the rental housing funds. The rental housing community manage the spend of the fund as well. Regarding to the legal counsel, I believe the legal counsel their job is to advising on policies, and their role is to ensure the RHC operates within its legal authority and that its decisions are based on sound legal principles. By doing so, the legal counsel helps to ensure that the RHC's decisions are fair, just, and in the best interest of both landlord and tenants. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. And last, Kevin Ma, please tell us about the role of the RHC and the role of its legal counsel.
The role of the RHC is enshrined in the titles of the acts that give it power: community stability, fair rent, and mobile home rent stabilization. Those laws are laws. They are relatively static, for the charter requires going back to the voters. For the rent stabilization ordinance, it would require going back on the work plan. So that means that there are nuances and issues and situations that do need to be addressed, that the language itself may be open to interpretation. The purpose of the RHC is to provide clarity in such cases. The RHC is a quasi-judicial body. We maintain and oversee the process. We do not necessarily see the individual cases one by one, but it's to ensure that, things are going fine. Things are going through an administrative regulatory framework, where in other cities that require going to court and lawyers and lawsuits, which is expensive on all sides. The RHC provides ability for tenants to actually use their rights without going to find legal aid, which is incredibly hard to find. The purpose of legal counsel is to ensure that the RHC, much like Jennifer would if she was here, is to make sure that we're doing things legally, right? We're trying to make sure that we are responsible stewards, that we are not getting ourselves into hot legal water, and translate, what we say as regular citizens into legalese that actually would get into court documents and such. The RHC is also there to make sure that the community is aware of what we're doing. That means that we are directing our staff to tell tenants of their rights via, in this case, notices of noncompliance as part of the recent regulations on compliance. And it is just to make sure that we are following the will of the voters and making sure that we are ensuring that the most amount of people can stay where they are. Thank you.
Thank you. So the last question now is, what do you think will be the important issues, and Margaret, maybe you can help me with the ending, and how would you think about them?
How would you go about thinking them through and addressing them?
Okay, go about thinking them through and addressing them. Sorry, I didn't take full notes. So first, Robert Cox, what do you think will be the important issues over the next year, and how would you go about thinking through them and addressing them?
Okay, so important issues. RUBS is an important issue. Another important issue I've heard is dealing with master leases and getting them nailed down. And I think a third important issue is, as the city tries to move toward, becoming more green appliances. Because, if we start, as the city starts requiring, more and more, green behaviors like getting rid of gas and using more electric, how can we phase this into multifamily units in a way that lives up to our principles, but, doesn't break the back of the people who have to pay it. So now talk about working one of these through. So I'll pick RUBS, okay, because I had a chance, to sit through and watch through the meeting and see what it was all about. So the issue at stake is that, if you look in the CSFRA, you'll see that rent is defined as, all payments that are made, to the landlord, and if the utility payments are made to the landlord, that's included in there. And so, now the issue at stake, however, is that there's different ways that people pay for their utilities. And so, RUBS is one way to do that, and sometimes people get a separate bill, and it's metering is done not individually but for a whole building. And so, it turns out that they don't have an individual meter, okay? But anyway, what would I do? I got to finish up. First of all, get the facts, then get the stakeholder input, and then apply the principles. And the key one of that is that it needs to be paid for, but not on the backs of the people who are least able to pay.
Thank you very much. So next, Edie Keating. And you will be answering what do you think will be the important issues for the RHC coming up, and how would you go about thinking them through and addressing them?
So I'll speak to the RUBS issue first, because that's an active issue and certainly will progress through in review and needs some attention, because we really are not following the CSFRA with our current process of allowing utility billing that's distributed, but it's on behalf of the landlord, because it's really having rent increases or rent changes every month, and only one annual change in rent is allowed. At the recent stakeholder meeting, we learned a little about how San Jose switched away from allowing RUBS, but yet was responsive to the landlord need to not suddenly take on an extra expense. So my understanding of San Jose, as was shared by the rental housing staff, is that there is an opportunity to petition, and to petition to have an additional rent increase included in the normal rent. So it would be an upward adjustment of rent, and it would be permanent, would be to present your utility, the landlord to present their utility bills, and you know, I'm not sure all the details, but I think that would be a simple way to go. And then the tenant would have a new rent increased by an average amount, and that would be ongoingly you know, part of their rent. I think that would be a simple way to go. So to answer how would I implement or how would I discern things, simple is a good desirable part of any solution. I think another place where we're going to hear issues or have issues already is the registry, the rent registry, because there's been surprisingly low compliance. Once we have more compliance, and the question is how to get that, then we'll have really interesting data that may bring up other questions that deserve research. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, Kevin Ma. Kevin, what do you think will be the important issues coming up, and how would you go about thinking them through and addressing them?
So like everyone else will probably say, RUBS is going to be a thing, because on the work plan, RUBS is basically the only major thing codified in the work plan other than just monitoring the operations. As Robert has mentioned, electrification is a question that has come up before council about retrofits and the cost of retrofits, of which there are mechanisms for amortization for other things that are code required, of which the RHC could take an initial look at, but again, that depends on council to make the actual changes to make it requirement. There's always the question about any changes in the law. The work plan does have a question about charter revisions that might or may not happen depending on April. Other state law changes that might come up, maybe parking and bundling causes a RUBS-like discussion in about a year from now. There's a question about back to whether all the tenants know all their rights. As Edie mentioned about compliance, this is the first year where the RC is sending out notices of non-compliance about lack of registry, lack of paying for fees, of which they will be sending out basically now, of which we'll figure out if tenants will actually know their rights, will actually think of working on an downwards petition of adjustment based off, or holding off on the rent increase if it's not being paid. Those are the main things. The way of addressing them is, as mentioned from others, you have to figure out what the issue is. For like RUBS, you have to figure out what is Conservice actually doing on the day-to-day. Talk to stakeholders to figure out what is a way that is amenable for both sides. We're not here to make impossible deadlines, but we are to make sure things are happening at a fast pace, which may involve exploring with other jurisdictions with rent control, like Berkeley, about how they're doing it. Because as the saying goes, you know, justice delayed is justice denied. But again, the purpose of the RHC is to make sure that there is balance, that no one is getting screwed in the process.
Thank you very much. Next, Kieran Madison. Please tell us what you think will be the important upcoming issues and how you would go about thinking about them and addressing them.
Yes, so as others have mentioned, RUBS is definitely an important issue in the coming year. Another issue that I have given some thought to is capital improvements and how that will look in terms of pass-through to tenants. I will tackle RUBS first. With RUBS, there is an idea that there is a conflict between the application of how it is currently and the effect that it has on both landlords and tenants with the CSFRA. As it currently stands, RUBS does not work. On the landlord side, it constantly brings them in violation of the rent adjustments. And on the tenant side, it actually gives an uncertainty to the amount of money that they would be paying from month to month. My thoughts to it is a two-pronged approach. The first approach is to revisit the definitions that we currently have in the CSFRA. And the reason why I mention that is because if we are to talk about dismantling RUBS altogether, we need to understand what is the best way to do it so that it doesn't negatively impact each side. And landlords have a responsibility to administer utilities, but tenants also use the utilities as well. I'm not saying that tenants have to pay for everything. I'm not saying that landlords have to pay for everything, but there needs to be a way where it is balanced. The second area is to, when I think of it again, is to really revisit the topics and ultimately change how we approach it. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, Lee Zhang. What do you think will be the important issues coming up, and how would you go about thinking them through and addressing them?
Okay. Since everyone is talking about RUBS, I gave a little bit my thoughts on this. I think this matter has to be dealt very carefully because the fluctuations of the utility is high from it's a season, and to make it into the rental control, I do think we need to do a lot of outreach. Should get buy-in from both landlord and the tenants on this. I have additional thought on this. I know there are energy incentive, saving energy in the cold weathers from PG&E and some other providers. I don't know if we can actually encourage the property owners to take advantage of some of these incentives and then pass down the benefits to the renters. This is my thoughts on this. I don't think I have a good solution at this point because it's very complicated. I do think we need to do more outreach before we conclude on the solution. The other issue I think is coming up is electrification. As some of you already mentioned, the capital expenditures are spending on this is not very clear how this is going to work out for both landlord and tenants. I would encourage that the RHC get more clarification on this to create a win-win situation for both landlord and tenants. And I know some property owners are very proactive, try to do a sustainability upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Alex Brown, please tell us, oh, I lost my question. So please tell us what you think the upcoming issues will be and how you will think about them and solve them.
Oh, yeah, all that. Well, first, I don't like prognostication. I don't know the future. But to Councilmember Ramirez, RUBS. So yeah, RUBS is what is currently ongoing. There are stakeholder meetings. Staff has several suggestions about how it could be handled and has asked the community what they think, how they think the RHC could go about regulating in a way that does not eliminate, doesn't pass on all the costs, but also doesn't eliminate flexibility for the landlords who want to take advantage of it. And I think that the options that they've presented, a bulk payment and then prohibition, or a cap with a floating amount that you can pass on as long as the cap stays within the law, both sound like reasonable. And I think that it is up to the community and the RHC to kind of come to a good solution. I think progress is being made. I'm looking forward to seeing how it happens and maybe being a part of that. I do think that when it comes to, electrification, seismic retrofits, I'm not above base flattery, and the city has done a lot of great work with the REACH codes and trying to make sure that we can move forward as a city and reduce our dependence on carbon and also just the amount of noxious gases that might be getting into homes. And as part of that, we need the people who own the properties, who are responsible for upkeep and maintenance and upgrading it. We need to partner with them. The city can't just say, replace all the water heaters with electric ones. It's going to be a partnership, and I think that the RHC and City Council can and should work together to have a process that makes the property owners comfortable with doing the upgrades, knowing that they are not going to just incur a massive cost, but also that they benefit the tenants, because people would be able to have better homes that aren't contributing pollution. I think that that is my thought. It's a matter of focusing on the goals, working with staff and the council. It's going to be fun.
Thank you. So, Mark Balch, what do you think will be the important upcoming issues, and how would you go about thinking them through and addressing them?
Yeah, thank you. There are two issues on my mind. One is utility billing. The other is seismic upgrades. Both are serious and have near-term as well as long-term implications for the community. On the utility billing side, there is the seeds of this problem are decades in the making, when resources were considered infinite and they were considered free, and there were no meters installed. And so we have a situation now where there are highly variable utility rates, and my understanding of the law is that we absolutely do not want, and it is illegal for property owners to profit from the resale of utilities. One of the challenges in trying to find a fixed value for a variable utility is that you start to get into that hazard. So I don't have a perfect answer. I think we have to work through this together, but we have to think about how can we separate out the fixed concept from a monthly fee to some sort of variable component, because we don't want property owners profiting from the resale of utilities, but we also know that long term, if we create a large variable cost that isn't compensated, that creates other pressures down the line. When it comes to seismic retrofits, I think everyone here is well aware of the audits that have been done across Mountain View and the greater region. We have a tremendous number of soft story construction buildings, very, very poor risk there if an earthquake were to occur. This is the kind of thing where you don't know how serious it is until it's too late. And as has been said before, there are long-term cash flow and depreciation issues here. This is where council and also we need people with finance expertise who can help to partner to figure out how do we address near-term cash flow issues for property owners and also enable them to make those investments so we have safe long-term housing for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so now we're done with the, do we have, I am so sorry. I crossed you off already ahead of time while waiting. David, please close us out with
close you out.
What are the important issues, and how would you go about thinking them through and addressing them?
Let's see. So I think we've covered a lot, both of the issues. I think RUBS and capital expenses, and I'll touch on them both. I think importantly, how do we think about them? I think importantly is understanding what they are and are not, and trying properties that fall under these. They're old, their building systems are old, and that requires a lot of investment. And so we have to balance out how do we, properly address cash flow needs. But also not sticking everything. Nothing should be totally weighted to one side, right? So thank you.
Thank you. So now we've finished the interviews for both bodies, and all applicants may stay and listen, or you can go home and listen on Zoom, I suppose. So now we bring the matter back to council for discussion and recommendation. First, for 3 seats open on, which all have terms ending in April 12th of 2027, open on the Public Safety Advisory Board, and then we'll do the 5 seats on the Rental Housing Committee. So the selection process that's outlined in council policy when voting, each council member shall vote for as many candidates as there are open seats. Candidates with the highest number of votes shall be granted the longest terms. If there's a tie vote, we'll revote on the tied applicants, and the applicant with the highest number of votes wins. This process can be changed upon a majority vote of the council. So we will start with the Public Safety Advisory Board. Councilmember Matichek, did you have a comment, or you had one in the past?
Well, I had one about what process we were going to use, but since we got this, I'm assuming we're going to use this process.
Okay, so you're clear on the process now. Okay, you don't. Just wanting to make sure. Okay, so we will be voting for 3 applicants on the PSAB. We are also open to discussing the applicants if council members would like to do that.
Got it already?
Councilmember Matichek.
Sorry, I do have a question. So one of the applicants had a question about the information on their attendance record, and I think we were going to see if we could check on that, and I was wondering if that had been possible. If not, I understand, because people who had that information might not still be at City Hall.
Checking my email here. So the records provided by staff for the attendance in question are that 3 regular meetings and 1 special meeting were missed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Ramos.
Are we not saying the nice things about the candidates? Is that not a thing?
You can say nice things about candidates.
Sure. I'm really happy with the pool we had of candidates for PSAB. I'm particularly really proud of Eva and Jeanette. I was on in MBPDX with Jeanette, and it was like her first year on PSAB, and there were difficult conversations and difficult issues they had to take on, and for someone as young as her, it was she had wisdom beyond her years. I think it's I think that was something that it was really something to be proud of, even though like I didn't have anything to do with like how well she had grew up, but I'm still kind of proud. And Eva, I'm completely inspired by her and this passion she has for this board and board. And I know she mentioned before she was one of the rabble-rousers that kept a very long city council meeting, but her work on PSAB has been professional and focused, and she really took that passion to make something good out of it. So I'm actually really happy to see how they managed to go through. I think I guess I could say nice things about all of them. I'm actually really I'm really impressed by the long-term service that Betsy Collard has done to our community. Her application was a litany of all the communities and the boards that she has served here in Mountain View. I think that is, I've never worked with her directly, but it is impressive. Davelin, I was very impressed. As we look at Betsy and her long litany of service, you also look at someone like Davelin, who the minute she arrived in Mountain View, she knew how special that community is and immediately stepped into a position to try to serve her community. And I think in order to make Mountain View, and what has made Mountain View as great as this, you have people who have served for years, decades, long-term, and then also people who are new that dig right in, and I think that's what makes Mountain View really special. And it's great to see an applicant pool for PSAB we could go into the RHG later, for PSAB, how that all work together. Cal, I appreciate his energy. He's kind of a person that has a lot of enthusiasm for public service. I think that's a wonderful thing. But yeah, those are the nice things I think about all the candidates.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramos. Do other people want to make comments? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm generally in agreement with Councilmember Ramos. I think we have a strong applicant pool. It has been my habit to support those who are applying for an additional term if they've done a good job, and I think all three of the incumbents have done a good job. I have to say I am very pleased with the racial and ethnic diversity of the PSAB. I think that was actually critical in ensuring its success, because a lot of the impetus for the creation of the body really related to racial and racial tensions specifically. And I think that was necessary to have a very diverse board to get the buy-in that we needed from the community in the good work that the board has been doing over the past couple of years. And I appreciated several of the applicants noting the importance of the work that staff has done in the work that the board has been doing as well. I'll share. So I'll be supporting the three incumbents who are reapplying with some gentle instruction. I don't know the circumstances under which Cal missed some meetings, but I'm sure there were good reasons why. But we do want to see a strong attendance record whenever possible. So maybe some gentle instruction that we make sure that Cal is able to participate consistently and to the greatest extent possible, participate in meetings when he's able to. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks. I just wanted to thank the 5 applicants for PSAB. I think that when council decided to create PSAB, we all weren't sure how the board would kind of shake out, and I am very proud of the body of work that they've created, the work plan. All our boards and commissions are all volunteer, and that they are committing their time and their efforts on something really important to our community. I thought that all of them brought up a variety of ideas, which I would like to see. And for me, I'm looking for people who are continuing to bring fresh perspectives, to committing themselves to the work at hand. And I just want to thank those applicants who did reach out to touch base, because 5 minutes or 6 minutes with our extra time in a round robin format doesn't necessarily give us all that much time to connect. I think that when it comes to PSAB, one of the things that I would like to see, and just wanted to surface it in this forum, is just more regular updates from them on what they're working on. I mean, the work plan, which we as a council approve, is great. But wherever there could be intersections of our work, or they brought up several different topics that council has been discussing. I would like to see more of that kind of two-way communication between PSAB and council. So thank you.
Other council members? Not everyone has to comment. I guess I'll just sum up that I come from a background more of activism than working with elected officials. So my leaning is always to want to get everybody on the committee unless there's a very weak applicant. And I think in this case, all of the applicants had something really rich that they could offer. And I hope they all remain engaged, whether they end up getting on the PSAB or not. Because I thought that this time they were all strong candidates with particular things that they could bring. I do want to keep I do like the tradition of giving people a second term unless they really do something that doesn't work out. And I think it's important to keep, a founding member of the PSAB on. So I would like to keep Eva Tang on. I was very impressed with Jeanette's comments. I won't go through everyone, but, I found them all impressive in one way or another. And now we can vote. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break while votes are meticulously counted. So we're back in session, and we are now discussing and recommending to. Yes. Oh yes. First, we want the results of the vote. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Abekoga voted for Kelwant Sandhu, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang. Mayor Hicks voted for Davlin Souter, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang. Councilmember Kamei voted for Davlin Souter, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang. Councilmember Matichek voted for Betsy Collard, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang. Vice Mayor Showalter voted for Betsy Collard, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang. Councilmember Ramirez voted for Kelwant Sandhu, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang. And Councilmember Ramos voted for Davlin Souter, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang, which brings your top three being Davlin Souter, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang.
Thank you. Moving on. We're now coming back for a recommendation from the council for 5 seats. This would be 2 members plus 1 alternate with terms ending April 17th of 2027 and 2 members for unexpired terms ending April 17th of 2025. And okay. And also an alternate. No, you think that's wrong? Anyway, what I have in the script, and we will discuss, is 5 seats, 2 members plus 1 alternate, terms ending April 17th, 2027, and 2 members for unexpired terms ending April 17th, 2025, open on the Rental Housing Committee. That sounds right. No? Per the selection process, when voting, each council member shall vote for as many candidates as there are open seats. Candidates with the highest number of votes shall be granted the longest terms. If there's a tie vote, we'll re-vote on the tied applicants, and the applicant with the highest number of votes wins. This process can be changed upon a majority vote of the council. So there is also, for the RHC process, staff proposes the council first vote to narrow the number of applicants the council may choose from first with those that fall into the category of owns or manages any rental property or real estate agent or developer. And after the first round of voting, the council would then vote for 5 members out of 7 that would get with the following seats recommended. First and second place would receive the 2 longest terms, third and fourth place would receive the 2 unexpired terms, and fifth place would receive the alternate term. Now, the council may discuss this process and then vote for the recommendations. Do council members have comments?
As long as the council is open to that process, we can send out sheets for the, choosing from the 4 to narrow it down. But I don't know if the council wanted to consider other options.
I believe Councilmember Matichek wants to comment on the voting process.
Yeah, I guess I don't feel compelled to narrow it down. I think we know that you're limited to 4. I'm sorry. There's 4 applicants. We're limited to 2. And it's not like you have to have 2. We can't have more than 2. So I think I can factor that into my voting without narrowing it down. So I would prefer we just vote on the 5. Thanks.
Councilmember Abekoga.
I agree with that, although I was trying to think about the alternate position because we're limited to the 2 property owner or landlord side. Should we be voting for the 4 first, and then based on what that makeup is, vote for the alternate? Because if you have two landlords, and let's say someone leaves halfway through the term, but that's a renter, and the alternate is a landlord, that person couldn't take the actual spot. So we would have to factor that in to our vote.
Councilmember Ramos.
I'm more inclined to similar to what Councilmember Matichik said. I think we can factor in, even with the alternate, you're picking your 5 best people. And if the 5 best people if there's 3 landlords in the 5 best people, we could get the next person down, kind of thing. Like the top 2 landlords will make it through if there are top 2 landlords. But I just really want to ensure that even when you get to the alternate person, it's at least the 5th most top vote getter person, unless it is not unable to be that person, if that makes sense.
Councilmember Ramirez.
I don't want to confuse or complicate further. I'm okay with the process that Councilmember Matichak has recommended. It is my understanding that we can't have more than 2 of the applicants with the asterisk next to their name, inclusive of the alternate position, right? So we couldn't have 2 full voting members who have the asterisk and also have an alternate with an asterisk, right? So if it falls into that, if we do end up with that scenario, we will, I think at that time, decide which of the 3 we want to keep and maybe revote. But I feel like keeping it pretty simple in the inaugural vote is ideal. I mean, it's entirely possible that we could end up in that scenario, but I don't think we need to worry about it until and unless we find ourselves in a situation where we have to pick from 3 or more of those with the asterisk.
So I'll sum up what I'm hearing is that we can, although the city attorney has presented us with this process, council members are generally prefer a simpler process where we vote for 5 people. If 3 of the people with asterisks show up, then the person with the asterisk with the lowest number of votes drops out, and the next person in line gets that position. And if there's a tie, we go into a second vote. All those in favor? Okay, so now we can go into a simple voting process. Council members are also, we can also, as before, make comments if you want to. Are there any council members who want to make comments on the interview? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I know folks, I think, may be anxious to vote, but I did want to share some quick thoughts. This is those of us who serve on the Council Appointments Review Committee will recall our most recent meeting in which I disclosed that I am grateful that this will be the last year I serve on the CAR because it is the hardest body to serve on, in my opinion. I think the most challenging part of our role is picking between people. It's a lot easier to have a discussion about a policy and find compromise and disagree, but when we're talking about people, it's a much more challenging discussion to have. None of us like to make people feel upset, right? But the nature of our job is such that I think we're anxious to, to appease and try and find solutions that work for everybody. And in fact, part of that discussion included a potential recommendation to allow for the creation of alternate positions, because we struggle with retention on some of these bodies, in order to allow us to vote for more people, even when we don't have, when we have more good applicants than we have seats available. And I find myself in a similar situation here. I think there are a lot of strong applicants, and I think I'm expecting that we may not all vote for the same 5 people, and that's okay. I think it's important for us to share how we've come to the conclusions that we've come to, and to some extent allow ourselves to be persuaded to consider changing our initial thought. But I did want to share how I came to the conclusion I've come to for at least round 1. A big influence for me was the level of community input that we received. For an extended period of time, we got almost no input. And I had shared with somebody I met with that at that time, I thought nobody really cared about who served on the Rental Housing Committee. The small number of people who come to every meeting, certainly have an interest, but we didn't get any community input at all until maybe a day and a half ago or 2 days ago. And I think all of our email inboxes were suddenly filled with a number of remarks from members of the public who I was surprised to hear from. Folks who I didn't think had any interest at all in the work that the Rental Housing Committee did. There was a similarity in the types of input that we received. The folks who members of our community advocated for have been active, not only in the Rental Housing Committee, but in other parts of the city. I read them all, and I think there's a lot that each of the individuals who we received comments about have to offer. And I think that, unfortunately, that number exceeds the number of seats that are available. So I will share, I'm going to vote for Robert Cox because he brings a kind of institutional memory that I think is valuable. Even though he has not served on the Rental Housing Committee, he does have extensive experience as a former member of the Planning Commission. I can't recall, Robert, how we served together for some period of time, right? Oh, there you go. I think what I saw was someone who brings a tremendous history and knowledge of the community, and also a very thoughtful approach to many issues of great complexity. And I also appreciate Robert and I had a chance to speak before this vote, and we had I thought a very good discussion. And one of the things I encourage you to do, Robert, as we talked about, is stay true to your roots. And you told me you would. So I'm proud to support you. I think you will do a good job. I think you will help provide some stability on a body that will be quite new in its policy making. I'm also proud to support Edie Keating, who, as she shared with us, has attended pretty much every meeting of the Rental Housing Committee and brings a different type of institutional knowledge as a consequence. I think I had shared when I ran for the city council that I felt I had a lot to bring because I had been attending meetings regularly. I've since learned that that's not in and of itself sufficient. There's a lot of work that is invisible to the public that we do, but it certainly helps to have an appreciation for and understanding of the issues that the city council does prior to running and getting elected to it. And I think Edie may not know how all of the closed sessions transpired, but she will know a lot about the work that the Rental Housing Committee is doing. And I think she will be very thoughtful in her approach. And I think she will be open to stakeholder input, which is important to me. I will also be supporting Kevin Ma, who I've had the opportunity to work with in several different community groups. Kevin, I'm not sure there is a community group that you are not a part of in Mountain View. So I think you'll have a lot to offer insofar as several applicants had pointed out, there is a value in the Rental Housing Committee making the public aware of the work that the RHC is doing and also helping stakeholder groups understand their rights and responsibilities. And I've also been impressed with Kevin's ability to do research. Periodically, I'll be in a conversation where Kevin is participating, and we'll be discussing some, obscure piece of state legislation, and right in the chat, there it is, the Assembly bill or the state bill, a state Senate bill that, in a lengthy history of how it came to be and how it evolved, and a tremendous amount of information right at Kevin's fingertips that I think also will be valuable in the context of this work. The applicant that I'm most surprised by is Kieran Madison, who I had not seriously considered, but I had an opportunity to meet with her Monday morning. She reached out quite late, and I had a fairly lengthy conversation about many of the technical issues that were brought up by almost all of the applicants, and I was impressed. She reminded me of Nicole Haynes-Livesay, who I think was unknown to the members of the council who appointed her, and who I think was relatively new to the community, but who ended up, I think, having a very positive influence in the work that the RHC did. And Nicole's background was not legal. I think it was in finance. Kieran's background is in law, and I think there is a value in that. I will apply some gentle instruction. I do think, it's we disagree with and push back against the legal counsel at our peril. So I would encourage. I think understanding the work is important, and understanding how staff came to their conclusion is important. But I think if we disregard it cavalierly, I think we end up creating problems for our city. So that would be, there was a response that I am a little concerned by, but I think that with time, the experience of governing, working with the other members of the RHC, she will come to be able to appropriately apply a level of scrutiny and skepticism that is appropriate, and not simply be somebody who is always questioning, and putting the body at legal risk. So I'll be supplying a vote for her. And I do think it is important to have one person with the asterisk next to their name. I had a long conversation with Lee Jung, and I was impressed by the conversation that we had. I think she's been deeply involved in a number of community organizations that have done important work in our community, and what I've heard as a consequence of her engagement is encouraging. That many members of the public who I think may have been skeptical, during the campaign, have come to appreciate the perspective that she brings, and I think she's learned a lot by getting deeply engaged in our community. And I think it also is important to have the experience of managing or owning a rental property. I had the unpleasant experience of being a landlord for about 1.5 years after my grandfather passed, and I was managing a rental property that he owned in unincorporated Solano County, and it's hard. It is hard. I was very pleased to get rid of it when we were able to. And I have a respect for the complexity and challenge of owning a rental property as a small mom and pop. And just as I thought Matthew Grunwald brought something valuable to the table during his service on the RHC, so too do I think Lee Zhang has that ability and capacity. So those are my initial votes. I reserve the right to have my mind changed by my colleagues on the council, but I just wanted to share how I came to these conclusions. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you. So I just want to once again thank all of our applicants. I really appreciate the wide kind of breadth of experiences and perspectives that they all bring. kind of wrote down all the different backgrounds, and I'm just really thrilled. Not only is it kind of demographic in terms of where they live in the city, its age, its time in the city, and I'm just really thrilled to have so many qualified applicants. And so I think as Mayor Hicks and Councilmember Ramirez were mentioning, whatever happens tonight, I hope that people will stay engaged, both those who applied for PSAB and then those who have applied for RHC. I think I'll take a step back, and I'm not like Councilmember Ramirez, so I'm going to go through each individual. But I will say something that I was looking for. So with the opportunity to appoint 5 new individuals, I'm really looking for people who are collaborative, people who are open-minded and are willing to work with others and may have differences in perspective, but able to prioritize our most vulnerable residents first. And so in the conversations I was able to have offline with applicants, that's something I did share. It's really important to me. And then, one of the concerns, while not necessarily the same as Councilmember Ramirez, is the issue of capital improvements. We haven't seen any petitions, to my knowledge, to the RHC for capital improvements, and with such a large percentage of our CSFRA units that are in need of seismic retrofit, I just get very concerned as we're seeing climate change and global warming and all the different elements. And so to me, that's one of the things that is an issue that I think the RHC will be tackling. And some of the answers were nuanced, but for me, that's kind of one of the more high level. And I feel like diversity in terms of where people live in the city is important to me. We have people who are mobile home park owners, who are renters, condos, property owners, homeowners. And so that variety, to me, our rental housing committee needs to represent all of Mountain View, and that's not one voice or one perspective. So the individuals I chose were ones that I feel will, one, are committed to the CSFRA and the MHRSO, what is the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance. Our long acronyms never fail us in Mountain View. And really seeing them through, but also trying to be team players. I think in the past, our RHC has been challenging, and so I hope that in the future, and those that I have chosen, I've talked about how I really hope it can be. One of the applicants mentioned to me that they hope it's boring, and I said I hope so too, because it really should be about the work, about people houses versus anything else. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Ramos.
So out of all the committees that we could do appointments for, this is one I pay a very strong attention to. One of these seats, the 2-year seats, is the seat that I vacated to join you all, who I'm very grateful for. I think about how one of the top thing that I was able to have conversations with many of the applicants ahead of time, because really the 5-minute questions per person really isn't sufficient. Even the application is not sufficient, and there's growth between the time they apply and like now as they delve more into the laws and what it entails, because once you put your name in, then it's a very strange on-ramp. Even if you don't get the appointment, you have that really odd, interesting on-ramp. But the biggest thing that I thought through, going through the numbers of the RHC, it's been around for around 5, almost 6 years now. Founded in 2017, once the Measure V passed. There have been 9 members so far on the RHC. Actually, a good portion of them were renters of 5.5, I would say. I would count Vanessa Honey counted as a renter, but she was also a property manager. And And but one of the things that was kind of interesting is there has been a renter that was covered under the CSFRA during the entire time, but that CSFRA covered renter was me. And now we don't have someone, there was no one in the applicant pool that was fully covered by the CSFRA. We have someone who was partially covered, Ms. Madison, and I think that is something to be of note. But one of the things that I think about is, while I was on the committee, it wasn't the policies itself, it wasn't the quasi-judicial aspect. It was, as a part of the rental housing committee, people didn't really know what it was, and so they came to you because they needed help. They were in probably one of the worst days of their lives. They were scared that they were going to lose their home. And that is what it meant to be in the RHC to me. And so as I talked with each of the applicants, I told them that is something, you need to be available to our community. You need to be open to our community. And not just to renters, to landlords too. The larger landlords like Prometheus and all that, they have staff and they have teams. But the smaller landlords who own like 20 properties, a quadplex or whatever, it's just them, and they don't even know if they're doing what's right or what's allowed. And they want someone there that when they say, help me, you're willing to help them. And so I think about also people who care about the committee, I'm very happy that many people in Mountain View want to be involved. I think that's really kind of what makes Mountain View the best it is, the best city. But I do care that there are applicants that care about this committee specifically. So I'm very sure about my top 4. I'm struggling on my 5th. And I can go through my top 4, and then I could tell you who is in the running for my 5th, and then we can go from there, because I really would like to know more from my colleagues. So in my top 4, well, in the top 3 is really easy for me. You have Kevin Ma, who is literally a walking encyclopedia. I think about when someone comes up to him and says, help me, he's the one that could give them reliable information from all kinds of sources, and so that people know where to go. Next, I have Alex Brown, or Alexander Brown is an applicant name. One thing I think about is one of the most difficult things we had to deal with was mobile homes and mobile home rent control. And it was both the RHC and council that ended up leading to the solution we needed to go to. But I think about, whenever I think about Alex Brown, and he's an odd person. I think he agrees with that. But I think about this quote of, you have to laugh, otherwise you cry. And sometimes I think about Mr. Brown in that way, where it was really a difficult time for many mobile home residents. And he keeps his enthusiasm high, he keeps his spirit high, so that others can keep their spirit high. And I have deep respect for that level of service to the community. And he also is very frequently, ever since the mobile home bites, has been an active participant in the RHC meetings, in the stakeholder groups, in the workshops. He knows this committee. And then in the final of the 3rd, I actually, no offense, gentlemen, but I'm going to save the best for last. Edie Keating. We would not have the CSFRA if it wasn't for Edie Keating. Most people don't know that, because she is the kind of person that is behind the scenes. She was a person to help gather signatures. Even though she didn't live in Mountain View at that time, she believed in Mountain View renters and their ability to fight to stay in our community. I think that is a wonderful thing. She has been to almost every single RHC meeting since the start, and an active participant, and ensuring that people knew about the law. going forward, and all the changes that could happen with the law. She is one of my absolute #1 pick for this RHC, and I cannot emphasize strongly enough how we should support her. Now, #4, it's the 4th pick, is actually Robert Cox. I admire his long-term service to our community. He has, I have actually had the fortunate honor of serving with him on the Mountain View Historical Association. I actually recruited him to be our vice president, and he gladly accepted. I hope he doesn't blame me for that, for how much work it is. He is a steady hand. We have a brand new committee, relatively pretty much a brand new committee, and I think his expertise and his experience in our community and in the service that he has done before is going to serve this committee well. So now we lead to my 5th vote, and I have, I'm going to say 3 possible candidates for this 5th vote, and I'm struggling between each of them. I had the opportunity to talk to Karen Madison. I think she's a very impressive woman. I also think about the diversity of our committee. She is the only one that's partially covered by the CSFRA. She is, I believe she's biracial. She is her father was Black and her mother's Chinese. And I think that she brings an interesting perspective to this, also in her law background. I think I do have the concern of her more recently coming here, but the thing about Mountain View is, like, no matter how long you have lived here, you're welcome to serve. And I think that's a really good thing. The other person I was looking at in terms of that 5th vote was David Cutler. Interestingly enough, I had the opportunity to speak with him very briefly before the votes. He's currently a renter, not covered at all under the CSFRA. He rents a single-family home. He is an asterisk, but he has demonstrated a lot of experience in helping renters understand their rights, understand what the laws are, and for landlords to also understand. His asterisk is because he is a realtor, real estate person. And I actually, I believe some of us also got some last-minute emails from people who praised his work when helping out tenants. And then finally, that 3rd possibility that I'm trying to grapple with is a surprising one for me, quite honestly, is Li Zhang. I had the opportunity to speak with her on Saturday night. I spoke with her sometime this weekend. It's a very short timeline when we actually met everyone. I was not supportive of her in past endeavors, and I didn't actually. I struggled with supporting her for much, but after I had that conversation with her, I actually grew a little bit softer and a little bit fonder. Her experience reminds me, as an immigrant, reminds me a little bit of my mother at times. We had a great conversation about socialism versus capitalism, but a particular item about it was how she viewed capitalism as Americanism. And it was very similar how my mother viewed, my mother's very pretty, but when she came to America, her view of what Americans view as what's pretty is blonde hair, blue eyes, and that was just something that she just accepted. And it was very similar in how Lee talked about capitalism. Capitalism, that's just what American is. And her ability to expand out and figure out what the needs of the community. We're not purely a capitalistic society. I I think is a level of growth that I respect. She has some significant support in the community. I worry that one of the things that I found really important is that people care about this committee. And I do have some issues on that level. I think she'll get support for many different committees, and it doesn't really matter what committee it is. But I want someone who truly cares about this committee. But I do believe that she is in there in that running of that fifth vote, and I'm still. I'm hoping I could hear more from my other colleagues to break that three-way tie for me. Thank you.
Well, you'll be able to hear from Councilmember Madison.
Not sure I'll break the three-way tie for you, but I just have a few comments. I do appreciate how many people applied for this. That was good to see so much interest, although there's lots of openings. But I am disappointed that we don't have someone who is in a fully covered CSFRA unit. I think that's really important. And so actually, if my colleagues were up for it, perhaps we don't have to appoint all 5 tonight, and we let it be known that we're looking for someone who is in a fully covered unit and open up the application process again. I'm open to that. I did appreciate the conversations I had with everyone that reached out. It did give us the opportunity, gave me the opportunity to learn more about you, hear more about your thoughts, have good conversations about things that didn't have to do with the Rental Housing Committee at all. But I think that was important because it gave me an opportunity to get to know you more as a person. I would encourage everybody who is applying for an advisory body or the RHC to reach out to the folks doing the appointments. Maybe not everybody that's on the CARC, but the ones at least that the full council weighs in on. It's really important. I just want to highlight a couple of people that stood out for me. One is Robert Cox. I've known Robert for a very long time, and as had been mentioned, I appreciate his intelligence, how inquisitive he is. As he said, you know, he really wants to understand the issue and get data and hear from stakeholders. Robert is really good at relationships with lots of different people, different backgrounds, different perspectives throughout the community. I think his middle name should be Public Service. So thank you, Robert, for everything you do for the community. And then the other person that kind of surprised me was David Cutler. I know he's one of the ones with the asterisk that falls into the category, but what struck me about him is he is a renter, and he speaks Spanish, which is always helpful. And he also has a track record of working with tenants, trying to help them with situations they find themselves in. He mentioned a few specifically to me, and I thought, you know, he's kind of doing what you just mentioned, which is being there for people who need help and helping them solve the issues. He seems like a very calm person, which I also appreciated. Sometimes, you know, the relationship between a tenant and a landlord can be challenging. So I appreciate someone who is calm, who seems to have a good head on their shoulders and can work through issues and help people. So of the 4 that have the asterisk, he's the one that I felt like I just really wanted to speak to because I was impressed with him. And I'm not going to go through the other folks because I'm still sorting this out, and I accidentally wrote on the back of my ballot my notes of what I wanted to say. Sorry about that. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Showalter.
Well, I just want to follow up that in the sincere thanks to all of the people who've applied. This is just filling out the application and going through the interview is a great deal of work. The last year or two, I'm retired now. I have a little more time than my other council members, have attempted to reach out to everybody who applies to any of the bodies that we, that we appoint, because I do think the 5-minute session is just way too small. It's too small for me, and it's besides it's just fun to get to know people better. I have to say it was a little rush this time because we had interviews last week and we had interviews this week, and they all kind of mushed together. But there was one gentleman I didn't have contact information with, Mr. Balch, so I was not able to talk to you. But perhaps we'll be able to do that next week. But anyway, I'm kind of in the same situation that Emily is in. My top four are Edie, Alex, Kevin, and Robert. And then David, Kieran, and Lee Zhang. And I think when it comes down to it, I'm going to go with David. And the reason is because a great many of our renters in Mountain View are Spanish speakers. And so for them to come to the Rental Housing Committee and talk to an individual, it's really important that they be able to speak Spanish, that there's somebody there who can speak their language. And also, I think a renter is important. I really it just impressed the socks off of me, though, that that Kieran just moved into town and she's stepping up. So that's very impressive to me. If she gets appointed, I know she'll do a great job. But at the same time, this is really not an advisory board to the council. This is an independent board. This is the only independent board we have, and that's job is to oversee the CSFRA. They put together their budget. They have their own staff. It's not really an advisory board, and the fact that she didn't seem to understand that, I think is, unfortunate. Lee Zhang is also very impressive. I had a wonderful talk with her, and she has, I think she's learned so much about our community in the last 6 or 8 months. I'm really impressed by that. But at the heart of it, David's been working on tenant-landlord issues for several years in the Hispanic community, particularly in Sunnyvale. He's going to have to move his help. You're going to have to move your help a little bit north, David. But but that said, I think that assistance of people on the ground is really important to me.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to go through everybody. I just want to echo the thanks to all of our applicants. We had so many openings. I wasn't sure if we were going to have enough applicants, so it was really great to see a big pool and a very diverse pool. And for me, that was really the criteria. That we did have a diversity of backgrounds, and so I try to look at the committee as a whole and try to have representation from as many parts of the city, backgrounds, renter, property owner, and so that's how I round it out. I don't think I can help some of you who are trying to decide, because I actually had Lee, David, and Kieran on my list. So yeah, sorry, I won't be able to help there. But again, I was looking for that diversity and balanced representation, and that is how I voted. Thanks.
So I'll sum up. Councilmember Kameh, did you speak or no? You did. Okay, I didn't take notes. Sorry. So I'll just sum up by saying, First, that this is very important to me, that believe it or not, of all the things that I've run on and worked on, this is the one that people approach me the most and thank me for the work I've done on it. I don't know if other people on council have the same experience. I was in Los Altos this weekend, and, you know, in the evening, and a gentleman came up to me, an older gentleman, and said, yeah, I know who you are, and I've always wanted to see you, and thank you. So, you know, when he says it really, the work of the CSFRA, the Rental Housing Committee, really changed his life. And he's not the only person who's said that. So I take these selections very seriously. I would like, as usual, to vote for more than 5, but I'm going to say that you know, I'm looking, because we have a complete turnover of, or not complete, and I do want to say, in terms of speaking Spanish, Guadalupe Rosas does speak Spanish. So, so we do, whatever happens tonight, we will have a Spanish speaker who can interface with our Spanish-speaking community. So that will not be one of my criteria, but my first criteria is people who have attended the RHC regularly, because I want people who can step in and start up right away. So I believe that would be Edie Keating, Kevin Ma, and Alex Brown, I think, have attended more than anyone else from talking to people. I have not attended myself, so. But that's what they tell me and what people have told me. So, you know, I feel obligated to vote for all 3 of them to keep the committee, Rental Housing Committee, functioning well. In addition to that, I feel like I want at least someone who is at least a partially covered, I would rather a fully covered CSFRA unit. So that would be Kieran Madison, and there are other reasons I would vote for her as well. I think it's very rare. She was articulate, not right on every question, but articulate. She knows the law, and I think it's going to be one of the few times that we have an African-American individual who's that well-versed who would apply for this committee. So I could be wrong. Maybe next time we will have somebody as well. So those, I'm not going to go through everyone, and to be honest, I haven't fully decided. So, but those are my comments. Yes, we'll vote, and then we'll take a short break, and we'll hear the tally at the end. Okay, we're back from the break, and we're going to hear the report back from City Clerk Glazer.
Councilmember Abe Koga voted for Robert Cox, David Cutler, Edie Keating, Karen Madison, and Lei Zhang. Mayor Hicks voted for Alex Brown, Robert Cox, Edie Keating, Kevin Ma, and Karen Madison. Councilmember Kamei voted for Alex Brown, Robert Cox, David Cutler, Edie Keating, and Karen Madison. Councilmember Matichek voted for Mark Balk, Robert Cox, David Cutler, and Edie Keating. Vice Mayor Showalter voted for Alex Brown, Robert Cox, David Cutler, Edie Keating, and Kevin Ma. Councilmember Ramirez voted for Robert Cox, Edie Keating, Kevin Ma, Karen Madison, and Lei Zhang. And Councilmember Ramos voted for Alex Brown, Robert Cox, Edie Keating, Kevin Ma, and Karen Madison. So your top two are Robert Cox and Edie Keating. They would receive the two longest terms, but you will probably need to revote the next four because you have a 5 with Karen Madison and then 3 4s with Kevin Ma, David Cutler, and Alex Brown.
Okay, repeat that one more time with the...
So the revote would be Karen Madison, Kevin Ma, David Cutler, and Alex Brown.
Because they all got the same number of votes?
Well, we got 1 with 5 votes, and then you have 3 with 4, so it's not going to even out for you to give 2 unexpired terms evenly. And
So we vote for 3 among those 4.
Unless the council wishes to do something different.
That sounds good to me. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I mean, I think given that if Kieran has 5, then I think we should only revote on the 3-way tie.
Okay, 2 of the 3.
So then you would be, the top would get the unexpired term and the next would get the alternate, okay?
Yes, so you're giving us ballots again. So just to be clear to council members, we are voting among Kevin Ma, David Cutler, and Alex Brown, and you get to vote for 2. Are we ready for a report back?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Councilmember Abekoga voted for David Cutler and Kevin Ma. Councilmember Kamei voted for Alex Brown and David Cutler. Mayor Hicks voted for Alex Brown and Kevin Ma. Councilmember Matichak voted for David Cutler. Vice Mayor Showalter voted for Alex Brown and Kevin Ma. Councilmember Ramirez voted for David Cutler and Kevin Ma. And Councilmember Ramos voted for Alex Brown and Kevin Ma. So we have one of the other unexpired term would go to Kevin Ma, and then you would need to revote between Alex Brown and David Cutler.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Abekoga voted for David Cutler. Mayor Hicks voted for Alex Brown. Councilmember Kamei voted for Alex Brown. Going out of order here. Lucas Ramirez voted for David Cutler. Showalter voted for Alex Brown. Lisa Matichak voted for David Cutler. And Emily Ann Ramos voted for Alex Brown, which means Alex Brown would receive the alternate term.
So again, I wanted to thank all the applicants. This was not an easy process. And City Clerk Glazer, can you read off who got which positions, just so that we can be clear, or is that going to be difficult at this point?
No, that's fine. So Robert Cox and Edie Keating would be awarded the longest term. And then Karen Madison and Kevin Ma would be awarded the unexpired terms, and Alex Brown would be awarded the alternate term.
Thank you very much for the clarity. So, at this point, we're at item number 5, which is adjournment. Thank you so much for joining us. The next City Council meeting will be held on March 14th, 2023. And this meeting is adjourned at 8:36.